Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic week so far, and with it ending up soon. Hope you're all ready for a phenomenal weekend. For anyone who's up in Canada, hope you're ready for a fantastic long weekend. Americans, I know you're due later in the week, and I know you don't get exactly like a perfect long weekend, but hey, yours is coming up soon too. Yeah, I just want. How's it going, everybody? I hope you're all doing well, and thank you for joining me on this Saturday morning for the final, what should be the final Phoenix Wright stream. I plan on playing this through until I have finished the story, finished the final case in Trials and Tribulations. Once that is done, we can then wrap this up, and then in July, I am probably just gonna pick like a game or two and just roll with those. I don't know if I'm gonna like just roll into a whole bunch of GeoGuessr or like fucking Monster Hunter or what have you. Like if anyone has any suggestions as to what to play, just because July is gonna have a bit of a wild schedule, I'd love to hear it. But that is issue for the future. Let's take a look at. Oh well, shit! I forgot a little bit of my setup. There we go. If we do that. And game capture, I need to reset that to the correct game. I didn't do that portion of my setup. Hey, look at that, I fixed it. It took you 2 seconds. Only a little bit of scuff. But yeah, let's hop into, we're in part 3, halfway through part 3 of the final case of Bridge to the Turnabout. So, let me just take a swig of water. There's going to be a lot of talking going on. And let's jump right into it. Yeah, the fact that and last we left off, Iris was brought in Sister Iris was brought in to try to break the singular lock, and now she's vanished off into the woods, and there is now 5 locks. On 5 puzzle locks on the cave where Maya is being essentially trapped. So now we have to try to figure out how we're gonna get in there and how we're gonna get past all these locks. Right? Is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. I know that there's only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Yeah, let's talk to Iris. Let's see what Iris has to say to us. Talk to me about your escape. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but... But what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Crane tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks. I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We gotta wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Huh? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident, but you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple. It's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. And she's got 3 Cyclocks on her. I knew it. There is something going on here that we don't know about. Well, we're gonna have to come back to you. I'll leave Edgeworth to do his thing. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break these locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Yeah, we can check in on the guard. Let's check in on Edgy-Boo. The cops are still calm in the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Oh, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah! Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. See, Phoenix just wants to hug the guy. He just wants to be friends. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you want to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Yeah, tell me. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime. That's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect. Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? Thank you for the hydrate there, Snake. I really appreciate that. I could definitely use it. So I guess you still haven't gone over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yeah, the quake. Yeah, Snake asking why would he be afraid of earthquakes? Shouldn't he be afraid of elevators? You'd think he'd be afraid of both, yeah, but it's the fact that it was an earthquake in the elevator. It's the earthquake that caused the incident. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. Oh, hello, Red Dragon. How's it going? Hope you're doing well today. Hope everything's going alright. Welcome to another Phoenix Wright stream. And ideally, the last Phoenix Wright stream for a while. Explains why he's so skinny, he has to take the stairs. I mean, I would do it. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there. But it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? Oh, hello, Rira. How's it going, Rira? And I'm doing pretty well with Red Dragon. It's been a good week. A little hectic, but it's been good. My brother said he lived in a very expensive house and a lot of money during childhood. Yeah, because his dad died and he inherited everything. God, Snake. I get your hang-ups on houses, but man. I'm glad to hear it's going good, Rira. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. Snake saying, my father's also... I'm aware of this, Snake. I mean, it's just more a matter of, like... Did my game just stop making sound? Maybe. Yeah, and houses are costly. But it's still a matter of, man, it still sucks. No matter what. Anyway, I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. I was surprised he was lucky enough to be adopted by the murderer. Oh, I mean, I guess, yeah, you're right. He was adopted by Manfred von Karma, which is... that's a thing in and of itself. It's a wild-ass thing. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I feel like I'd seen her in court before. So I went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file? Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on, and I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. But what? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman's completely unrelated to this murder. I don't believe you for a goddamn second, Edgeworth. Unrelated. Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Do I have? No, I don't have the profile required. I can't talk to you about it yet. Alright, let's go back up. Let's move over to Suspension Bridge. Yeah. That's what anytime you say not to do that, Phoenix is going to do it. Yeah, Phoenix doesn't give a fuck. Like, and it's better than getting sent to the orphanage. That's true. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there, sulking again. Yeah, let's go harass Larry. Hey, Lava King, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. And thank you for the nostalgia time. Halo 3 ODST. That is, I think, what the second Halo I ever finished. Because the first one I ever finished was 3. I didn't own the original Xbox, so I didn't actually get to finish 1 and 2 until much later in my gaming career. But I had a 360, so 3 and 3 ODST. 3 ODST was the first one I ever bought that was brand new. That's when I got my 3. That's exactly when I got my 360s. I got ODST on release, and it's really fun. I really enjoy it. It is. I find it changed Halo quite a bit, both for the better and for the worse. I find for the better in the sense that like it added a lot of like mechanics and fun to it. For the worse because some of those mechanics have led to just like mid gaming situations in future Halos. But ODC in and of itself, very good. It's nice to see games that are in the Halo world that aren't around the Chief. Like, I genuinely appreciate those. No, she's realized this case. How do I know? Presenting my attorney's badge. You're absolutely right, Arcanine. And hello, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Saturday so far. Larry has terrible luck with women. Larry has the worst luck in every aspect of his life. Well, I can see I'm doing awful because I just learned my grandpa with dementia's on his last legs because his digestive system collapsed. Oh, dude, that's rough. I'm sorry. That's it's never easy, but it's a matter of as long as he as long as he was able to live a full life and like the adventures that he's had, or is like as long as those are there and the positive memories are still there, that's what really truly matters. It's also your last living grandpa. Yeah, and speaking as I only have one set of grandparents left, I totally get that. Like, I don't have my grandparents on one side at all anymore, and the other side I do, but they're also... I get that stress. I definitely get where you're coming from, dude. Here's Marcus lost my other grandma back in 21, same year as my dog. Oh, yeah, and that 21's a rough year for you then, too. I feel you. I feel you on that, man. Well, hopefully, we can, have some fun here, distract, and just, play some games, do our own thing, so that we can kind of like pull away from the herd a little bit. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Nick. Pearl? I feel like I haven't seen you, like... Holy shit. Oh, it's a 5-stream streak. Nice, Rerook. Thank you for sticking by. I feel like I haven't seen Pearl in ages. Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. You hate on Larry too much? He's just badly written? No, he's well written as a poor schmuck. That's the thing. That's the thing. He's not badly written. He's written in a way in which he's supposed to be pitiable. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. This is the loser shack where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, if I comfort each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick. Mr. Larice did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're gonna gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Yeah, let's talk to Pearl. Let's see how Pearl's doing. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I got nothing to say, you Nick. My life's here now with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. Stop getting the flames to look like that, you know. Who's supervising Pearl? She's like 6. She's 9, but yes. Not the Larry camp, but between Larry, Bikini Gumshoe, and Miles, there's like 0 responsible adults in the area. Miles is responsible when there isn't an earthquake. I'll agree with you on the other three. The other three are completely irresponsible and should not be trusted with any sort of task. But Miles is trustworthy usually. Yeah. Wonder what Miles' secret hobby is? Miles' secret hobby is watching Steel Samurai. He's a huge Steel Samurai fan. Yeah. It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream. A wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Larice... Not you two. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase. I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. To be fair, if there was an earthquake, I feel like any child would be freaking out, so they'd just freak out together. Exactly. Also, hello, Kakashi. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. I was wide awake after the lightning struck, and I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. It looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch of face... Or, it looks like I don't have any choice to take this sketch of face value. But, hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face? I think Ruth has a Steel Samurai statue in his office, if I remember correctly. I'm very sure he does. And Snake saying, I'm sorry, every time Larry does the angry teeth thing, he looks like a South Park character. He kind of does, yeah. Pearls. Yes, Mr. Nick? I mean to ask you about the night of the murder. Huh. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Donim's room reading a book together. But Miss Donim was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the Inner Temple. So what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. God damn it. Holy shit, a 5-lock. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power, it's disappeared. Is this child a murderer? What is this, Meg? I'm very sure the child is not a... I'm pretty sure Pearls is not a murderer. What? Her powers have disappeared? Talk to me about your lost powers. What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. Spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cruel of you. God damn it, Butts. God damn it, Larry. Anyone knows that Nick only had one guy friend with the rest of the people he talks to are usually underage girls? Or just of-age girls. I mean, Francisca's of age. Just as I thought, I'm going to have to break her psychologs to get the truth out of her. Well, I'm not going to get much more out of her. Larry's not of any use, because we've already done everything we can with him. Let's head back over to the, back over to the main temple. I wonder if Sister Bikini's back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maya's like 18. She's 19? I'll tell you. Yeah, she's 19. Pearl's 9. Godot's, we don't know. Gumshoe's 32. Bikini's 48. Donim was 49. Real name, Misty Faye. So it's actually Maya's mom, who she had Maya at the age of 30. And Mia probably... Because Mia was, I think, like 20-something? 25. Loris is also only 25. Francisca's 19. And Miles is 26. Yeah. Mia age? Yo, she's super dead. Yeah, she's extremely deceased. Maybe they'll have a cup of tea together somewhere. But Gumshoe's Sister Bikini's type. Let's head in there. Let's see what's in the main hall. Oh! Well, what's the damage? How is the sacred cavern? Looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. Told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that are stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. But who? Who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Karain tradition. We have Iris to the sacred cavern, trying our best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh, yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me about how the Master of Karain disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared at this temple. Also, saying, hey Matt, did you see the trailer for Suicide Squad Isekai? I did. I'm not going to watch it. It does not interest me in the slightest. I'm getting tired of Isekais. I'm getting burnt out on Isekais in general. They're slowly becoming not my vibe. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that she proved that she was the master, she said, someone's trying to destroy the Karain tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them. Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new master of Karain, and her daughters the main family. All other mediums become branch family members, with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing's changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. What? Is the power of the master worth this much bloodshed? Yeah, let's talk about this. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. I've seen it. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mask to Mask case. And during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Yeah, twice we've had Mia show up and just be like, "But wow." Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. Keep saying the clan. Some clans that can be good. It's clan that starts with a C. That's the important part. The Karain technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all the power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe it in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she's talking? I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It's called the DL6 incident. Yep, from the first game. That's the name of the file. The DL6 incident. I knew it. Yeah, the DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Oh. Ah. That's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. So Red White is involved. Yeah, Red White would be involved. Von Karma is tangentially involved. Like, the entire first game is involved at this point. Because if Misty Faye is the one who was murdered, and she was, like, deeply important to the first game. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. Well, Mia, no, Misty was murdered in this case. Like, Elise O'Neill is the one who was murdered. Real name, Misty Faye. So Misty is the one who was killed in this case. Mia was killed by Red White. So, like, it's more a matter of, like, everything's involved here. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Hey, my good news, her mom's alive. Bad news, she's dead again. She's dead, not missing. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It's the first case the world had ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Korean Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Korean tradition is starting to recover at last. But with the new master wielding the power of the clan... Does she mean Maya? Tell me about this family feud now. The spiritual power of the Korean channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because of the power to communicate with spirits flow strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Amy. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right. And it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too. An older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. Yeah, I remember that was Mia's motivation, was essentially to hunt down her... who did this to her mother. Yeah, and she lost her life as a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia's rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right, Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan? There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Korean Village. What she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master. Yeah, she tried to get Maya framed for murder and jailed so that Pearl would become the next master. Suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. Wait, what? Iris is what? Excuse me? No fucking shot. No. Pearl. Pearl is Morgan's daughter. Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? What? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. Sounds like you met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl's. Pearl Faye. I always thought she was an only child. You jest. That child. She's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Yeah, so she didn't know that Pearl Faye was Morgan's daughter, but allegedly Iris is Morgan's daughter? What? That's actually kind of blowing my mind right now. I had no fucking clue. What? Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It's all done to set Pearls up as the next master. That's an actually good twist. Yeah, that actually threw me off. I see, so I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? The 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. Fuck off. 2? There's fucking 2? Don't you fucking dare tell me that Dahlia Hawthorne's the other of the 3. Oh, no. What the fuck? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mr. Morgan's life crumbled. Yeah, where are you hiding these children? What the fuck? It wasn't many years later that Karain's reputation hit an all-time low. Yeah, of course it all traces back to Dahlia, but what the fuck? I had no idea that Dahlia was a fucking... a daughter of the Fae. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized that his wife had never become the master, he left her in the village, taking the twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. So I had to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. Oh my god, they're twins separated at birth. So no wonder they look the same, but they don't know each other. So Dahlia has to be involved here. Yeah, it's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister, could it be? And can you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. The jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearl's had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband, but even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls? It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. The thought plickens. Red White is a jeweler. No. Red White wasn't a jeweler. He was a banker. He just had a lot of jewels. Red White wasn't a jeweler, was he? I don't think he was. This information will be useless unless you can flesh out of it. He wears jewelry. That doesn't make him a jeweler. A jeweler is someone who makes jewelry. You can wear jewelry and not make it. I say this as I wear my wedding ring, which I did not make. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. Okay, so I've gotten everything I can out of her. Let's check out the courtyard. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? Oh, hey, Gumshoe. No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. Yeah, Red White was the CEO. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Karain. Ooh, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. Investigate investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we lost along the way. I would never guess that Gumshoe was into reggae. Oh, he's supposed to be singing reggae? Every little case is gonna be alright. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, Bob Marley reference. Exactly. I love him. He's best friend. I do like Gumshoe. Gumshoe's a doofus. He's not stupid, but he's doofy is the best way I can describe him, and he's just fucking endearing. He's a fucking bulldog. He's almost a bulldog of a man, where he's just like he's kind of doofish, but like you can't help but love him. I promised I'd find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? That Bob sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. The letter? Yeah, talk to me about the investigation. So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? He's the best himbo king. We gotta get some Tims. Well, go get some Tims. Go get yourself a coffee if you drink coffee. And a Boston cream. Boston cream is the best donut. I don't know if I should be telling you, pal. But I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. Now they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're going to be faced with one ugly situation. Coffee's for the weak, and sprinkles and jelly are the best donuts. I hate custom donuts. Well, I'll disagree with on the donuts. I agree with you with the coffee. I don't drink coffee. I was just saying, like, I don't know if you drink coffee or not. I'm very much a... I like the Tim Hortons, the quenchers. Those, like, the fizzy, like, the... There's the orange ginger quencher that I really, really like. That wakes me right the fuck up. Gives me lots of energy. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? Tell me about this letter you found. Yeah, about that letter. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. All I find is some burnt up old letter. Burnt up old letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow in the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masses and stuff. Bet it's got no relation to the case. It has so much relation to the case, Gumshoe. Coffee and apple fritters are my favorite donuts. Apple fritters are fucking slap. If I have to pick a not jelly or cream filled donut, apple fritters are my usual go-to. Or a honey cruller. I like honey crullers. I like donuts. Fuck. I have a notorious sweet tooth and I fucking love donuts. Like donuts are they're the fucking best. Got that burnt letter. It's gotta be important to mention spirit mediums and masters. I better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. I'm gonna look it over right now. Be careful, once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is blank. She is our blank, the whole. Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is blank, burn the... Also tell him about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. This letter must have been from Morgan. Here you go, pal. Contaminate all the evidence all you want. That's what I'm doing. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. Talk to me about the murder weapon. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shichishito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What secret weapon do you got? What do you got? You want to know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. Gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Yeah, let's play Forensics Expert. Let's do it. Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. So sensitive you can make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. So now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon's around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good looky-see, pal. Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you've hit on something metallic. And when that happens, press Enter. I'm going to press A instead. Take a look. This thing picks up metallic objects hidden from sight, too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? The most advanced technology is a metal detector? That's concerning. I'm going to examine the step ladder. Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I bet plenty of guys like you always picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. Those are objectively different, Gumshoe. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. They're not. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise you can miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. Last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. This looks like a wallet? Aha, that's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. But he still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Those are two different things that taste completely different. Exactly, gosh, you're so right. Your wallet's completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Then, how come the metal detector picked it up? That's because of the bell, I guess. Looks like there's something round buried in the ground here. Don't touch that, pal. Oh, what is it? It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're real nasty. A trap for detectives? You mean like those fierce traps with sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those. I got my finger caught in one of those once. That's how potatoes work. Are potatoes cabbages, Gumshoe? That's how carrots work. Your finger. There's this bit of cheese and it looks so tasty. I reached out and then BAM! I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitiful as that. Oh. This is Miss Dunham's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detectives reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing's causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examining the evidence is job for the... crack. The top is coming off. Look what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah! It's a fucking staff sword. That's a sick-ass sword, though. That's a sword. Inside the staff. Is this... could it be... the murder weapon? We found the murder weapon! Found the murder weapon. It turns out it was a cool sword. I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. Oh shit, my Asmal was carrying heat. To be fair, when you're on the lam and you're trying to obscure your identity, you should pack heat just in case someone figures you out so you can fucking stab a bitch. The real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden. Why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there's any traces of blood on it. I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shichishito as well. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it's been wiped off. See you later, pal. Well, we just made a big difference. Every case is gonna be alright. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You're gonna get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think. You have a forensic team, but the metal detector is the most advanced piece of technology. Every time he opens his mouth, it just gets more discerning. I love him. Yet, I guarantee Gumshoe's like, no, this is the most... With this is the most advanced technology that the forensics department allows Gumshoe to touch. It has to be. Anything more advanced and he would break it, so they don't let him know that it even exists. Yeah. Looking kind of iridian there. Okay. Just stop with that face, pal. One thing, though. The staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. Yep. Now I have the staff. Can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Dunedin doing with a staff like this in the first place? Yeah, why the fuck does she have a sword? Why was she packing heat? Alright, I've already done all my talking with her. That's, Actually, no, now that we have the twin sister of Iris, whose father deals in jewelry, let's go talk to Edgeworth about that. That's really good. You can give him evidence. Gumshoe, I love you, and all I can think of is spaghetti. Man, to be fair, spaghetti fucking is great. I fucking love pasta. If I had to pick a savory meal that was my favorite, it's pasta. Just pasta in general. Give me a noodle and a sauce and some meat, and it's fucking the best. Yeah. Hey, Edgeworth. Do you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but... Problem is, she didn't know the name of this twin. There's nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she's really young. Apparently, her sister was raised by her father. A jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right. I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? It all leads to Dahlia. Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. Alright, now we can talk about Dahlia. It was my first court case, 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. Always in the hospital, the absolute legend. Yeah, he knows what the fuck he's doing. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. But now we know that they were half-sisters. Like, they would have had to have been half-sisters. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood-related. Valor is the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. This is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. God damn. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. Wait, what? What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right? I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. What? Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Yep. Which explains why Dahlia hates Mia Fey so much. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. Oh. She may have been possessed by another Fey. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down. He doesn't believe in the spirit medium stuff. That's what the entire case has been about. Death means nothing in this world. Death literally means nothing. And her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Oh! That executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, Wright. And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She super can. She super duper can. She's dead, and once someone's dead, there's no way to revive them. Yeah, people die when they're killed. There's no way to revive the dead? I wonder. Seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what's that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Karain channeling technique. Did you say Karain channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected with a fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. Yep, he has a hatred of the Karain channeling technique. Like, he has every reason to not believe in spirit mediums shit. He has every reason to, because it was his father's murder case that Misty Fey was involved in. It was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She's a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? Hey, Dino, I was caught in 4K. As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Karain channeling technique is real. Yeah. Okay, he's not going to say anything more to me, but I think we might have enough to go after... We might have enough to go after this lock, I think. Let's give it a shot. Time to crack the easier lock. The night of the crime. You look at miles of that black and white photo of young Edgeworth in the elevator in this game. They really do. Considering that was 2 games ago. They're doing a good job. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. I just want to believe what you're telling me, too. But I can't. is this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Yeah, because Bikini saw you. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night I was helping an acolyte with a training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back legs act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So I left about 9:40 p.m., I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but line just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. I think... Yeah, you would have had to ring the lights out bell at 10. Like, you can't have. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? Oh, hello, Ice the Unknown Ranger. Hi, Ace. How's it going? Welcome to the channel. Hope you're doing well. We're just playing some Phoenix Wright. We're trying our best to wrap up the final case of Trials and Tribulations today. We're gonna wrap it up as much as we can. You said you rang the lights up at 10 o'clock that night. Ah. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen in the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. Making our way through. That brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. This time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far I managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. Second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. Who's your favorite prosecutor so far? Having played all the games, I would have to say, honestly, like, Godot is the most interesting, the most intriguing as a character, but Von Karma has to be my favorite. Von Karma by and far has to be... Franziska Von Karma, specifically. I really like... Manfred makes for a really compelling, like, asshole villain, but Franziska's the most fun, I think. She's the most fun person to be the prosecutor of the ones that I've played so far. There's only one explanation for this impossibility. There's 2 of you. Franzi's hilarious. I love Franzi. Kakashi, of course, likes Edgeworth. That makes sense. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. But you're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me. Time to fucking slam dunk this motherfucker. Goddamn Dahlia, goddamn Hawthorne. Yeah, Manfred's password is 0001, so you know he's the best. I mean, maybe. Their favorite overall and funniest prosecutor period. Yeah, she's easily the funniest. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps. Ah. That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. Fish is here saying, oh shit, Dahlia. Yeah, Dahlia, and this is Iris, Dahlia's twin sister. Fun fact, they're both daughters of Morgan Fay. They're both the twin older sisters of Pearl Fay. Yeah, Fish is like, I missed this whole thing. Don't worry, I'm going to have the VODs up probably later, like sometime next week. Yeah, fucking twins, right? But she's no longer. Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. She came back to do the crazy murder again? Possibly, because Dahlia died a month ago. She was executed for her crimes. She got the death sentence because I think she got retroactively hit for the other Hawthorne sister as well. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you who's here at the temple on the night of the murder. It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Karain channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Yep. Yep, talk to me about the night of crime now. Tempted to kill two more. Yeah, Dahlia's killed so many people for, like, very little reason. Outside of, like, she's just a little bit of a fucking psychopath. There's, like, I'm trying to figure out, like, yeah, Pearl, what did you do? Who did you channel? I have a strong feeling we know what Pearl did. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me, who passed away last month. Just as I suspected. The Iris' sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. No, she fucking doesn't, Iris. She fucking murders people. She got Terry Falls fucking killed. She got fucking... She almost got Phoenix killed. She killed another guy when trying to get Phoenix fucking sentenced. She killed fucking Valerie Hawthorne, her innocent half-sister... Well, her semi-innocent half-sister. Like... And here, it's very likely that she's the one who killed her aunt. Yeah, like, she's killed a lot of fucking dudes. Like, her being dead is for the best, okay? Now, the more the question is, who the fuck... Like, if Pearl channeled her, what the fuck was Pearl thinking? What was she doing? Excuse me? Because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. Dahlia inherited the worst traits of her parents and turned it up to... I'm assuming you meant 11, Ice. I'm assuming you meant 11. There we go. 1Q. What is she talking about? What are you talking about? But did you betray your sister? How much crack do you smoke, Iris? You know about it too, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? Nope. That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. Yeah, she became a nasty crime girl. So, because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It's no coincidence that Eagle Mountain's where the exchange is to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. Oh my god, Iris, fucking really? Okay, she's just as bad. She should... Okay, jail for her. You know what? Jail. Surprisingly, jail. What? I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? You should be jailed not for this crime. Different crimes. Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised. I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? Oh. There was a... And at the top. Revenge. What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Dahlia may not have done the most damage because she has no real power, but Dahlia has to be the most evil person in the franchise. Oh, by a long shot. Next to the final suspect in the second game is a close second. Conspiracy to plot a murder is still a very serious crime. Exactly. Her mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Khura'in. That would be Misty Faye, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Khura'in tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Faye, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, and leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes. The woman my father took in as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh. I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together here. I have asked for everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. That's one way to find out. Oh, Phoenix. She fucking hated you, dude. She did not like you in the slightest. Ouch. So, man. Fucking sucks to be Phoenix there. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one secret left to unlock. Pearl's psych lock. That's all that's left. If we can unlock Pearl's psych lock... Yeah, because she's at Heavenly Hall. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Huh! You're too late, Nick. You came here for one of our potatoes. We've already polished them all off. I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Was he holding out hope that the murder girl still liked him? I don't know. She's dead. Like, it doesn't matter at this point. It's okay, Phoenix, we like you. Exactly, Kakashi, we still like you, Phoenix. And Arcanine with the absolutely correct emotional damage. Fuck. That's so damaging. Right, time to crack this 5 lock. Alright, Pearl. I know you're fucking lying to me. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Donim's room, reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried, I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Donim's room, because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? You went to the Inner Temple. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? The next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that's this. You were worried about Maya. Of course you were worried about Maya. You're basically sisters. It's obvious what you're so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah. You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course.
I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Why, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. But what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple?
It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there's so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock.
Till after 10? How do you know what time it was?
Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out.
She heard the lights out bell? Hazakura Temple's bell is pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing.
I was really trying to pick up the sound of the bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible.
She's trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls.
Why are you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh,
I think I know why. The reason you're so worried about that bell is because of this. Yeah, because if I remember correctly, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Yeah, this burnt letter was for you, Pearl. Oh, fuck. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you?
Huh.
I presume you recognize these pieces of paper?
Where did you...
In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell.
I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing.
Yeah, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. These instructions that were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearls.
For me? No.
As you can see, a large portion has been burned. But the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note, and the purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearl was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... clearly it was Dahlia. All the evidence points that it would have been Dahlia that was being channeled. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was?
No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions.
That was your older sister, Pearl. Fuck. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue that she channeled a essentially almost a serial killer in a sense. She didn't have a similar MO, but no, she a multi-murderer. I wouldn't say mass murderer because mass murderer is all at once. So a repeat offender. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Has to be Maya, or Morgan. Has to be Morgan. Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you. That's why.
How did you...
A serial killer. She's only not a serial killer due to technicality. Yeah, she's close. She's almost a serial killer. She's a criminal mastermind is what she is. I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay.
Well...
Almost through. Alright, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth.
Mr. Nick,
Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this.
Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child.
Huh? If you're trying to say I follow these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. Guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves that it was you.
I knew it.
However, I do know that whoever did it was a child.
Huh? How do you know that?
It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that.
Simple mistake? What do you mean by that?
I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you've been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Because I remember correctly... Yeah, gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades. And if I remember correctly, gravy roast the image of the master. Paul's death, while she was the cause of it, she didn't actually die by her hand. Failed to feel Phoenix and Diego. That's true. Lots of manslaughter then. And lots of criminal mastermindry. Hades the game? I mean, yes and no. It was you who spotted gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it?
What? Why would I do something like...
Yeah, she can't read good. Remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast among others, right?
How do you know that?
Remember the conversation you had with Miss Donima on the night of the murder?
Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like me to practice reading with me?
Makes sense because in Japanese, because the Japanese version Pearl can't read kanji well yet. Yeah, exactly. It was kanji in the letter. So like, yeah, Japanese it makes more sense. But I like how they translated it in this as well.
Miss Elise. So for example, how do you read this?
It says gravely. It's kind of a tough word. It's typical for a child her age. Exactly. It's a good chance that she even showed Misty that letter. She showed Misty the letter of... she showed Misty the letter of, hey, we're going to kill Maya. And that's probably why Misty fucking wanted to try to protect Maya. Like, that would make perfect sense. Sure, Miss Donim taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant.
Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food.
And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast.
To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea.
Just a tiny bit.
I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right.
We did it. We unlocked the night of the crime.
After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of leftover gravy.
The gravy?
I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master Crane, like it said in the letter.
I see. And then?
Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area.
The guest area?
Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Why didn't you just go to the training hall?
Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it.
And back, is Maya still dead? Missing, but not dead yet, I hope.
But then
Pearls, did you fall asleep?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it.
Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens.
Anyway,
then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple.
Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I had overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and
let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. Must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. You just leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. Let's talk about your lost powers. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried, and I tried, and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, this whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh! Just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation as for why you can't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? Could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Oh. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Is Dahlia not dead? Ooh, it could be Dahlia's not dead or Dahlia is being channeled by someone who wasn't Pearl. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearl's could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, Butts thinks he's helping. Butts thinks he's useful. He's not. He's a useless person, but like he's well-meaning. He's well-meaning. He just sucks. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. Tell me more about this letter. My mother's gone to a place called a penitentiary. Matt, you're warm to the truth. Something smells and it's not Larry for once. I agree. Yeah, he's trying his best. But he's very much when you try your best and you don't succeed, the person. Yeah, I know Pearls. Seems Morgan got sentenced to death. No. I visit her every month. Except if visiting every month. Last month she told me. The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at her home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. See, she must hide in that massive hair. I know, right, Wazzy? Like, that hair is hiding, like, at least it's hiding fucking secrets, plots, a gun. Miles and Gumshoe is the father? What? Mother's also always so nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. Hey, boss, did you figure out how your new chiropractor was a work? Also, Canada flag back there. Yeah! Look, right behind Pearl's ear. Oh, Canada. Almost Canada Day. There's a picture with her letter, too. A picture? Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture's enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. You're gonna attach fireworks to people. That's so bad. It's Canadian representation you need for Canada's birthday. Exactly. Something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother's watching over us. So I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. Cerebral's here, but it's not my problem. It's Ace's problem. It's my problem to write the apology letter. Yeah, it's true. What am I supposed to say to her? Huh? Oh, hey, Godot. Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Is there trying to make believe? This poor baby. Godot. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. Guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It's your job to protect your Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Huh. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. I love him, but oh my god, shut up, you can't put this on another person. Exactly, like, Phoenix got wrapped up in this just as much as you did, Godot. Yep, tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? No, it's not, Godot. That hasn't come to police's job. Exactly. Fuck the police. You'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. Oh, she's just assuming that she's dead. Damn you coffee-powered robot. God damn, Kakashi's the other rocket. Everyone, we're pointing out, Kakashi, you have a type. My dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child. My Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family's no more. Mia told Phoenix nothing about what she was involved in. Exactly. Now, finally, after all this time, the Master Seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. God damn it, Morgan. You're so fucking asshole. She sucks. Alright. We're heading into the final trial. Let's do this. Yeah, what the fuck? This is getting fucky wucky, am I right? February 10th. We're gonna finish this up. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. Ghost murder, according to Godot. Even as there, what could he have done? Phoenix is no fighter. White would have just killed him too. Exactly. According to you, he's expecting Phoenix to bodyguard Mia 24/7, like she couldn't take care of herself. Yeah, that's not happening. The investigation's still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. Looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Hey, Edgy. Edgeworth. Phoenix did the only thing he possibly could to help. Exactly. Wasn't I like I'm the only one who's the type? You want to talk about edgy sword boys? Yeah, blue-haired edgy sword boys. That's definitely Wazzies. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? Prosecutor's squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Francisco von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. But what? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot. Francisca's engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken off in about 3 hours. Hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touche. I can already see it in your eyes. It's the other odd dude, the best boy, Edgeworth. Edgeworth's good. I do like his character. I'm super stoked for the I'm super stoked for Edgeworth. The Edgeworth Ace Attorney Investigations games. Those are gonna be a lot of fun. Strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. Yeah! Partners! Still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Circumstances around the murder of Ms. Elise O'Neem? Mrs. Misty Fay. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman's really after. I'll solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Alright, let's get into it. It's court time! Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. Coffee. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. I was right! He was talking about fucking coffee, because that's all he fucking talks about. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't you discuss this with me first? It's not like if he wins this case, he's going to be able to bring his student back from the dead. I don't know why he's fighting so hard. I mean, honestly, yeah. God damn. The dead are dead. Mr. Godot, have you tried switching to decaf? I don't think he knows what that means. Also, hello, super bot the. If you're actually a bot, you're going to be leaving very quickly. Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Yeah, Mia was his girlfriend. Yeah, so Mia and Diego were definitely an item. Time for the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris.
Hello, Zuko here.
Superbot, thank you for the follow. It's appreciated, my dude. Hope you're having a good week. Having up for a fantastic weekend. He does have a lot of rules, Fish. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird to have so many rules. Yeah. Witness, is there something you want to confess to? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Ms. Elise O'Neem? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Well, fuck. That's honestly entirely possible. I'll get that stretch and crack some shoulders. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Oh, fuck. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. That's a messy murder. Dang. Yeah, this is fucked up. 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Also, what the fuck? Everyone on the planet's accomplice to something. Just so happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. God damn it, Godot, shut up. For fuck's sake. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. Iris' testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle, or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Kurain tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm so sorry, but main family? Hey man, who in chat would you want as prosecutor, defense, and accused? And his judge? Well, I'd probably be the judge, let's be honest. Because I'm here, I'm kind of doddering occasionally. I'm not sure about the other three, though. Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. Accuse Snake or Wilkins? Oh yeah, probably. It would have to be Wilkins. The daughter of the master of the Crane chanting technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wilkins to go jail for their crimes. Yeah. Like this little coffee joint off screen, basically coffee maker with arms and legs, just sliding cups to the counter like a bartender. Oh yeah, it has to be. Or it's Gumshoe. I like to think that it's Gumshoe who's sliding him down. Wake up and smell the coffee, trite. She's naming Maya? Order in the court. Prosecutor Arcanine on the case. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. Then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Yeah, let's see what happens with this. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. I will. Yeah. Alright. I went to the inner temple then and saw it happen in the garden. Okay. Saw Miss Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff, but we know that staff is... Why would you strike someone with the staff? So you're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Ms. Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. Yeah, prosecutors are always making him do odd jobs. Yeah, Edgeworth's always making him clean his office, which realistically he has no business doing as a detective. As he's a detective, not a custodian. Exactly. So Gumshoe ends up just being the gopher. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? Yeah, well, she's still stumbling. At least moved in for a fatal strike. Yeah, wait a minute. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. Reminds me of Dahlia. Who was a male stripper Edgeworth accidentally hired. I do like that too. And he's just been doing gopher jobs just because he can. She threw down her staff and reached into a rope for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was his weapon? It was some kind of dagger. The dagger, huh? And Elise don't even try to stab her with this weapon. Gumshoe doesn't have to tell him he's not a cop. Oh, I do really like that. To kill Ms. Faye. He's also a gopher for the police department now. Because he's like, no, you guys have to help me cover. Like, let me just do some odd jobs for you. Yes, exactly. Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Oh my god. Who has a mug of Worcestershire sauce kicking around? How could you fuck that up, Godot? Like, who does that? Huh. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Should return detective. Interesting occupational jump. Do I have a problem with Iris' testimony? Oh, there is one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with witness's testimony. You do? This witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Poor judge. Okay, now, let's continue. Puts everything in mugs. It's the only container he has. It's a bit muggy in his house. See, I know there's a problem with that, though. Why would you go and grab a dagger from inside her robe when her staff is a fucking sword staff? Object! Godot stole the judge's job? Godot would do that. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Dunedin throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, oh yeah, he has the staff, so he just unleashed a sword in court. Ah. If Elise Dunedin really wanted to kill him at IFA, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. A knife! Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating. Investigating. You know, the way that I'm known for fucking pronouncing things. Never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? The longsword's unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Godot definitely knows all about that. As you can see on her, she was packing heat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about that, because at least the name was Misty Fey, the mother of Maya Fey. She wouldn't try to kill her own daughter. Yeah. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will not present its evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Mrs. Elise O'Neam would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Because Miss Elise O'Neam's real name is Misty Fey. Elise O'Neam would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise O'Neam. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No. Not Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the crane channeling technique. She's also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Oh, shit! Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Miss Elise name actually the Great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer us some explanation as to why she would do such a thing. Ugh. Yeah, why... Yeah, order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented... One, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. It's like the judge would be like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong with you people? It's just Judge Oldman being like, oh gee, what the fuck is going on here? I'm so fucking lost. Where am I? Who are you people? What the fuck is up? Except for one little thing. Yes, what is this one little impossible thing? Huh, still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just taking the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. Oh my god, dude! Just realized the judge lets get away with something, because like this man's consumed over 30 cups of black coffee since he got here. I'm afraid of what he can do. He's gonna hit 300 and do what Fry did in Futurama. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Judge, you're so right. Oh, fuck. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now you mention it. If you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Yeah, it must have been so bad. Hello, Ace. How's it going? Hope you're had a good week. You're up for a fantastic weekend. But where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. You can't just bring that into court without logging it. See, Wazzy, you're absolutely right. Also, yeah, that's not a pine. That's like a bonsai of sorts. I guess it's technically like a kind of pine-ish. Which means, the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Huh, were you even listening, old man? First heard this confession this morning. Just had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Eat your cheeseburgers, Apollo. You say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have time to get the blood analyzed in such short notice. In any case, the court will accept this dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. We're still lawyering against Kakashi's boyfriend. Nobody cares about Apollo. I want to try the Apollo games, actually. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Dagger adds to the court record. Now then, the testimony we just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we consider her testimony to be credible. The best time to do this here, Edgeworth's in the game, I'm living my best life. Kakashi knows what they're about. Cute girls never lie, ever. Godot, shut the fuck up. You were absolutely wrong about that. I mean, we both know you're wrong about that. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women. What about Dahlia? You're starting to sound like a Larry, and I'm going to need you to stop because that sounds super attractive. Yes, Your Honor. Alright. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. Then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. He's gonna fuck that dagger. It keeps him sharp. God damn it. That's when Mystic might have stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Missy's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. We're going to ignore the fact that that's her mom. I don't know. I think they did should cover that with, like, no recognition. It seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. I will. I'm going to check. I need to check something. Yeah, because I think it was here. Let me check the autopsy. Cause loss of blood from stab in the back. How are you stabbing someone in the back like this? Riddle me that, motherfucker. You what? I don't believe you. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern. Oh, ace on a 10-stream streak. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by so often. It's just so nice to have you there. Even though they didn't recognize each other, she was there when her daughter was introduced. She didn't change her name. I feel like she'd remember what she named her child. I mean, yeah, you'd think, right? Yes, that's right. The jury finds you mad sus. In that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt sprouted from your testimony. But what is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Oh, is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Can you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. God damn it, Godot. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? As occurs as a rule that on nights when the acolytes is at the intertemple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. Godot loves his women like he loves his coffee. If they're coffee. God damn. The staff's job to be difficult to see. All this explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? Shut up, Godot. No!
Order, order, order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Okay, that's good to know. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Is that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Huh? Why? It's written in blood. Ooh, boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? Oh yeah, because he can't see red well. Because of his fucking, Yeah, it says Maya upside down. What the?
Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
Yeah, he's red colorblind. He can't see red. It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. You can't fucking see red.
Could it be he can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday.
My sight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
He's not actually blind, it's just that, yeah, the red lenses, I'm pretty sure, filter red. And his eyesight's already bad anyway.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot?
Can you see my kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch? No, but he can't see that, but he can see the tricks of her kids.
Okay then, let's move on. I wear red, I'm invisible to go. Yeah, you become a ninja.
Hey, try to be nice if you were tied to court for once. He can't see the tie the Phoenix is wearing because it's red. I'm gonna get Cinnamon Toast Crunch now. Do it! Godot's literally shaking. Somehow I don't think he's from caffeine overdose.
I believe it's now been established that Miss Dornine was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong, though.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
Gosh, also, you don't gotta go sit in the corner. It was funny. No, Wazzy, no, you don't have to sit in the corner. Don't listen to Lava King. Lava King, you're wrong, you're objectively wrong. I was amused by it. Other people found it funny. Just because you didn't think it was funny doesn't mean that your opinion is everyone's. After Mystic Elise died, I called to Mystic Maya. That was my duty to protect the future Master of the Current Edition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body?
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. Even so, I never imagined that Elise Donim was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
Yeah, that's a crime. Yeah, so essentially she's admitting that she fucking altered a crime scene and tried to cover up a murder. A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Go ahead with your cross-examination.
I will. Yes, Your Honor. Let's do it. Okay, yeah, we called it Mystic Maya. That's fair. Moved it. Dragged it. And then you used the snowmobile. The snowmobile is like a big issue as well. Like, just go to the tracks. The snowmobile? Knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Yeah, let's ask about those tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you'd expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there's such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? I think it's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Yeah, because we have other evidence. We have the weather. Because the snow went till, like, 11. Yeah. If this was self-defense, she's not going to jail. That's true, if it actually was legitimately self-defense. Your Honor, I like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But, does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Huh, this should be fun. This is Cup 57. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. Yeah, because... What do you mean this is the wrong spot to present it? Contradictory evidence? Is this not any contradictory, really? Objection denied. What? Fuck? What? How does man's intestines not explain? How can you drink that much coffee? Honestly, I don't know. Jay all behind me on Dusky Bridge. Yeah, wait a minute. You claim the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop till 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Just 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and it caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It's because that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney, because that's me. You know how I'm a defense attorney? I got the badge. Look at that shit. I'm badged up. No. Order, order, order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. Wait. Hey, what am I doing? I'm supposed to go run D&D. Heck. Well, have fun playing D&D. It was good seeing you while you were here. And thank you for the luck. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's right. The inner temple is already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I'll find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that's truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but... Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donim's body. he makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. So my memory is still somewhat hazy. You've stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, right, maybe you can explain this for the court. But what is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this mill magic trick? Ugh. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. Unless I could somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ack. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
By what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? It's the final testimony. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I may have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge? I think I know.
So it's just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It's taken on the morning after the incident. It was certainly burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall.
Yeah, honestly, this bridge is fucked.
Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
New evidence. Unless they do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Try it. I'm going to say it one more time. Huh? It's only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
All right, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination.
Moving the body. Actually, wait. There's no other way to move the body? We actually have a rendition of how you could do it. Fling that bitch! Yeah, we can fling a bitch! Watch! A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility.
What?
Huh, you're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Preposterous! Who is it? Who is this witness?
Can't chicken out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Mr. Lee Stonium's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurie Stonium. Don't give him so much credit.
Brilliant?
Highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's the exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Just silence.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming the victim flew through the air? Are you using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Uh-oh. Judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Heh. Well, Trite, there's no way for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm gonna prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. Yeah, that's how Phoenix works. I'm so eager to turn this case upside down. Why not start with this sketch?
Upside down. Why did Godot say that? Oh, wait. Alright, then let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? Oh, I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Louis Darnim is... It's... Honestly, yeah, it is a contradiction. Because, yeah, flip it upside down. Something's obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Louis Darnim stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. But he was upside down when he saw it. He's like trying to help Phoenix, like teach him. I think he is at this point. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? Yeah. That's that wire. Is this wire connected to the bridge? The wire? Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. It shows the reality it supposedly conflicts with. It shows something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Easy. If we look at the bridge photo, the way that he saw it, that one of the suspension cords had already been gone. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? The wires run below the bridge, not above it. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. In the actual Dusky Bridge, Chubby Jehoshaphat! The wires are below the guard wires. What? What? Order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. No, I'm Phoenix Wright, not wrong. With someone like Larice, I admit the mistake is a definite possibility. And that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That's the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Oh! No way. Larice didn't even witness the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, this sketch should actually... I can finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Darnim's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous! Order. Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There's no way to get across it. If the body had been found in the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. Lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Matt, would you rather stretch your arms or stretch your legs? Arms, easily. I'd rather have more reach. The meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ace, thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. Just get the next stretch in. Ugh. A sip of water. Whew, much better. Ah, this is one of the wires from the bridge. When lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dunedin's body. Just flung that. Okay, that was beautifully animated. There's simply no other way to move the body. Glug, 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 glug. Watch the Adam's apple wiggle, just a blah, 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 blah. Mr. Godot? Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that's not a possibility after all. How's there still coffee in that mug? Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trey, I wonder if you could prove what happened to us. You have any actual evidence that the body swung over like a pendulum? Yeah, body fell 10 feet after death. Actually, yeah. Right there. There's your proof. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it was the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then that's the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. The body was pushed from this point here. It would drop on the opposite bank approximately this point. Did you say drop? They must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? It's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum and then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. And that's why the crystal sphere was at the bridge. That makes sense. Yes, this bloodstained amethyst crystal. That's the one that came off of Miss Elise Dunedin's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found. Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the amount of speed. The right amount of speed. Fuck. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You provided us with the way the body could have moved that night. Impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright! Freaking coffee there. Thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? It's a good question what this looked like on the DS. Thank God it was cold coffee. That was a dark and bitter guess that he made, Trite. But he forgot about one thing. Oh, what would that be? The aroma. Huh? Coffee's most reliable accomplice is his deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffeenese. Can you elaborate a bit more? The criminal sent the body to the other side, like you say. Then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made its way to Hazuka Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazuka Temple side? Easy. It was Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Ah, but I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the Inner Temple Garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burned-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... Oh. There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name... Oh, no fucking shot. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again. Let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Huh. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor's all mine. Oh, the honor's all mine. Yep. Flashback to now. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. It really fucking doesn't. Oh wait, I know. Oh, I think I know who actually was the fall guy in this case. Order, order, order. Oh, wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the crane channeling technique flows within that body. The crane channeling technique? Never ever heard that. That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. Or it is actually Dahlia. I have a theory, but I don't think it's going to be the actual story, but we'll find out. Really exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, there's no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. Impossible to explain these. Maya's tits when she's channeling your sister. I mean, yeah, that. It definitely fucking happens. In this courtroom. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. After we see that body just goes... It's later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that. Phew, thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. Suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one. There was one spot. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move about was... It was Edgeworth, because when the earthquake happened, he lost track of the... This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? An earthquake? Oh my goodness. In a temple, this time on a tremor might. Yeah, fucking this ghost-ass shit. How could I have? She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. That's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind... Be quiet. Oh, there she is. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. Fuck. It's goddamn Dahlia. It's spooky Dahlia. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. It's one of my rules. When channel somebody, your tits grow. That's what I've learned from this game. Yeah, exactly. Spirit channeling is the same thing as top surgery. I will not elaborate further. Dahlia Hawthorne. In my current profession, permanently retired. Heh. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again. I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself. Holy fuckeroni. We're getting through this. Now that Dahlia's been fucking outed. Let's get her. Let's get her. Just jump right back into it. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge? What sort of Ghostbuster shit is this? You're absolutely right, Arcanine. Well, if it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. When you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. I love that nobody's questioning it, they're just going with it. Yeah, at this point it's like, just let it fly. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. For it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya, then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but still seems to have succeeded anyway. Yeah, I've definitely got to press on it. So that means you really are. Wait a minute. You just said the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Wright. You've got a problem. Solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot's correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true?
Cheers, I'll drink to that, bro.
Let's press these statements. Oh, with the hydrate. Thank you, Red Dragon. I appreciate that. The whole plan began with a death. Tell me more. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. Oh my god, they didn't even like lethal injection. They fucking hanged her. How do you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother. It was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Khura'in? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. Honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, I think she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? Yep. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? On top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. You had a shit father. Yeah, how horrible. Like, you're absolute... I'm on the judge's side, man. Fuck. The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child. Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams on that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Yeah. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? Ideas for me to kill Maya and have planned on Iris? You? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would simply use her body and finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they'd think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway. Why do you want to pin this murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. Now press this as well. Do you think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya's just... she's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Oh, you bitch. Oh, you bitch. And it's Dahlia, why is her hair not red? Because hair color doesn't transfer with channeling. Hairstyle does. Weird. Or hairstyle doesn't even, actually. What? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety and your pathetic faith in other people. Man, fuck you, bitch. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, there's certainly nothing to be proud of. That's how you feel. Why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only acted in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? You understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? I think I do, actually. Because you've got a grudge. You have a grudge against her sister. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. And you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge against someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It's at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain that she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. The reason it was impossible was perhaps because Mia Fey had already died. Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, ego, lives on forever. I want to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I want to kill her with my own hands. That'd be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was also the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal is no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Humph. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night. At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazuka Temple. So it was Elise Donim who channeled her after all. The ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. So Elise channeled her, which would make sense how Elise's body got over there. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? My kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... No. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. Yeah, or Dahlia, when she gets back to the afterlife, why do you hear the Undertaker's music? Mia teleports behind. Uh-oh. What does that mean, no clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. I wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I've been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? Who's channeling Iris? Yeah. Or who's channeling Dahlia? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld till I knew I'd killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you're actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It's early in the morning, and someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only two people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearl. Pearl's went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed, and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I assumed that it was Pearl Fay. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, the picture book author. What? Yeah, that makes sense. That's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden. It was her body that was left lying there. Yeah. Actually. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is matricide, instead of killing her own mother. Ugh. No way! Yeah. You forced Maya to stab her mom, apparently? Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? Yeah, what do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River. Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Ooh, ugh. Is that Kado's phone? I kind of want this. I like this ringtone. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Beep. Godot here. Okay, thanks. Beep. Was it something important? I just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fay? Here's the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? Huh. There's no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. It's a cool-ass ringtone for a cool-ass person. I suppose it is. It's his own theme, but 8-bit. Yeah, it's chip-tuned. He chip-tuned himself even further. Told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. Oh, Phoenix. Poor Feeny. Seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears that the killer released Stoneem, also known as Misty Fay, was her own daughter, Maya Fay. Come on, put two and two together. Well, I know exactly where she is. Don't worry. They just haven't figured it out yet. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fay jumped to her death in the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Huh. Trite, have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Huh? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. It means that Maya threw herself into the river. Must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think this through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Yeah, thinking about it, yeah, it's not possible. Mrs. Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence to refute the claim? Yeah. I have a map. It's impossible to jump into Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. Yeah, she would. Yeah, no one knows better than her. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. Yeah, it's all rocks. It's too rocky. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, ooh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river as she jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah. Ha. So you finally figured it out. You. No. Order. You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body's at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We know now that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. But what? What is this one possibility you're all talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then? She's not dead, motherfucker. Pieces are all falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Should I tell you where she's in this instance? She's in this very goddamn courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. But what? My face here? She's here in my courtroom. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said, I misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who's channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Well, why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fay, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Any explanation for how you can channel? Yeah, but someone else is already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? Ah. It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. There's someone who called you before she could. It was Maya Fey who did it. This is an easy one. Pearl's gonna do it, and Misty Faye's gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? Maya's trapped you. But how could that be? Remember what this Miss Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. What if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her? Ha. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect yourself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you'd been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would be impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This is the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. 360 no-scope Doritos. Stupid little girl like that who's never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well... Mia! Hey, Mia! Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Huh. Something else. But what are you doing here? That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I do admit that it's awkward that she transforms a 9-year-old girl into her body. That's fucking weird. That's a little weird, Phoenix. Here's something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Did Mia forcefully channel Maya and then stab Dahlia? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. Please tell me that Mia just jumped in and fucking stabbed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was? I knew you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. But pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
Hello there.
How dare you? Also, yeah, Lava King just redeeming and say hello. But I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. You fucked up every time. People died from your failures, but yeah, she fucked up every single time. 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It's because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, he tried to kill me. Huh. Well, I'm still alive, but... You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. Yeah, she's bad at everything. She sucks. And now this. You messed up again. You let my FA escape, even though she's right there in front of you. Mia Fey, you spinster. I was supposed to kill my FA like I swore I would. If you only gotten the spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I would have been hanged to death. True. I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you'll never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial.
Cheers, I'll drink to that, bro.
So there's no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, lives on forever. It's very true, Dahlia. That's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you is burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? No longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. It's going through the vowels. Oh fuck, this is sick. I'm not ready to go. Nope. Get channeled, idiot. Get de-channeled, motherfucker. This is sick as fuck, yo. We're almost through. Oh, Maya. Nick. Sis. Oh no. Now then, I assume you're the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It'd be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Yeah, Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? There's no going to mention the exorcism we just witnessed. We're going to brush that past that. Yeah, like he's actually kind of cool, weirdly cool with it. I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. In all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different. It takes its place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Objection. Why are you objecting? You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Strange, but I don't have a clear memory what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Yeah, we have the final bit of testimony to do. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was a spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least her name. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. But this isn't over. It's true, we don't know who did it. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Yeah, because I forgot that's how the court of law works here. Can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Prosecution's ready to call out our final witness. For final witness? This won't clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. Prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Yep. The final witness. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we'll proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite, got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. So it's the same with you. Someone managed to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. Huh? That's enough. This court is now in recess. Back in the lobby. Truly sorry about everything. Pre-recess time for Mike call dibs on the swings. Yeah, he just isn't like, wee. Truly sorry about everything. You're working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places and Iris was inside the cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. Something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help out your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I want to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. I was just streaming on a VR headset? Oh, damn. Things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean, yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Arbano, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hit the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that ended up that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, at least O'Neill. Was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but got hit, stopped with the lightning. The path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. You can't just leave the body here. So you have to do this exactly as I say, got it? So yeah, so she was getting... She was just getting guidance from Dahlia the entire time. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. Staff that Miss Elisa always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. Brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person they called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. Why not? Why the fuck not? Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. Something I want to tell you. Okay. Something he wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia! How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise O'Neill really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. Told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe, I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means that they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. It makes me really uncomfortable that this is what she looks like when she channeled the body of a 9-year-old. Yeah, that's the part that bugs me too. Like, yeah, I get that Mia's stacked, but like, why does she have to make the 9-year-old stacked? That's not okay. Okay, got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? Who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Or was I have to prove it by myself? We're going into the final stretch. Hopefully I'll be able to get this final stretch done in a reasonable amount of time. I know I'm going late, but I was planning on going late, as late as it takes. Let's get right into it. Let's just hammer it. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or? Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, it's one thing we could say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. Oh. More proof that's not the murder weapon. That is all. Now let's restart the trial. So it wasn't Missy's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? Dagger updated in the court record. Sure, both the defense and prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. It's Matt's blood. Agreed. Let's get this done. Please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium with the crane channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Ms. Elise O'Neill's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see anything. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But I... Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. Then he screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. Suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Ha! Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. Godot, I feel like you could give him a better pep talk. It really does. You really think? It seems it'll be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Miss Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Okay, I want to know more about her saying, "I think I screamed, help me." You think you screamed, or you definitely screamed? You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have swallowed my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya is really out of her mind. I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? Yeah, tell me more about my last hope. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah, but you testified that you screamed because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know. That's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. But what did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Why are you keeping secrets? Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. Ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Yeah, you can't do that. That's illegal. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to this case. I want you to add it to your testimony. You see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. But, wait. You said by the light of stone lantern. That wasn't lit the night of the crime. You're wrong, Maya. So there's a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donim. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer. Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? Where's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? There's Pinecone, the true murderer. He's laying out that hit. It's true. There's no light anywhere in the garden that night. No. Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That's the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Tright's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony Bartle, have you know? Hey, Final Fantasy IV reference. What's up, bro? Yeah. He even kind of looks like Tella. You must have noticed it too, Trite. His witness's mental state's highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick. May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know it was a man or woman, adult or child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she could quite clearly describe him as a man. Huh. In other words, that would have to mean Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No. Simon keeps talking about coffee. I mean, I kind of want to at this point. Order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? You're saying Miss Faye saw the real color under pitch black conditions? Trite. Do you even have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There's no other light source at the scene. There's some things you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see that the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I could draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please. I'm begging you. Huh. Talk a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It's pitch black, so what could the witness see? Calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who is this person face on the darkness? You know what? She saw by the light, I'm gonna guess. I'm just gonna guess it was by the light. Because it was pitch black, Miss Fey was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. Just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Wally, Edgeworth! Your Honor, the defense official requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. What? What? This is... But it can't be. Huh. That's actually a really sick image, though. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Here's his glowy-ass face. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. That's a sick shot. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Heh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask with the witness. That's one of my rules. It's okay, I still have Edgeworth. That's true, Edgeworth's still around. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya? I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. But what? Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. Didn't realize until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Torches were lit and the body was gone. All the snow around the stone lantern we carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor, No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you'd be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Let's see. Torches were lit and the body was gone. Let's press on that. Torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I must say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it would be possible to do any cover work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's still one thing that bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. Yeah, tell me about the snow around the lantern. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was moved in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There are a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? There's one thing I could think of. Did you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's still something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There's no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have just scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. Looks like there's some mysteries behind this issue. But I think this will help explain them. By the time yeah, press here too. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yeah, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? It must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the dinner temple that night. His sister Bikini come back and looked at the garden. She may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened. Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. It was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. But he didn't. He missed probably the most important piece of evidence. Yeah, he missed this. He got most of the blood, but he missed the most important part. The body of Elise Stonin was just carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? What would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. Huh? It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Oh, you're right. Order, order. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer's trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed. But it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's the fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Obvious. He didn't see it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wants to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way a normal person would. This person is built different. They're not normal. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who's the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Once again, Godot. He's red colorblind. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I'd like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern has something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. It's the apron that the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. Someone spilled coffee on. Something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood color stain and smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. He has it twice. Why does he wear them? I think they're... Honestly, I think there's some sort of device that's keeping him alive. You see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Strange. In black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one who can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. That's a stupid reason. Red tea is actually really good. I wasn't sure about it till now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. What is it with prosecutors murdering people? But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise O'Neem, also known as Ms. Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Heh. Let's make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does the little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. That's just right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out just that area? Why didn't you just take out that area? Oh, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. You can be sure where the blood had landed, so you just removed all of it. That makes sense. Is it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. Torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. Seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Wait just a minute. Maya. What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up till after that old bridge got fixed up. Maya. You can't testify to something like that. But why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. You senile old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. No, please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Heh, nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened to the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, and I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. Well, Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Heh. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot. Yeah, because you're being accused, dude. Of course you have no objection of shit that hides you. Good. Unusual, Mr. Wright. Okay, let's get this cross-examination started. Huh. Okay, I think I know what I want to press to get more information out of her. He cheered her up? That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking they were nothing more than a coffee addict. Huh. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. Truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. Policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Yeah, I want to know about his investigation. You say you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Wright. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. The beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could you find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed for the prep room? Wait a sec. What did I go to say just now? He just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise O'Neem. Yeah, when he arrived at... But no, that's not possible. The only way he would know that what this looked like is if he saw it pre-Gravy. This entire incident, which they're describing, happened post-Gravy. The Gravy is the truth! Mr. Godot, first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But, Mr. Godot's right. The scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll till after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. The gravy will set you free. That's right, Red Dragon. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, you could guess there was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. This is possible he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This little theory of yours. Oh, it's not a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew that plan? Yeah. From the letter. The letter was not burnt prior. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. You still insist that this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. You just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he could have had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden during one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you're the only one who could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry if I was asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl's nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. But you do. I'm what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Yeah, he knows the family. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior's still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. Guess you're doing your best to cover for Godot, for the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. It's Mia. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister. Oh. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando, the name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. Tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there's one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. He's too busy being a cool guy. Yep, I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. Pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Oh, I just remembered. 6 years ago around this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports actually ever called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. Oh, that explains it. So yeah, he's basically blind. Those goggles are the only thing that allow him to see. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years. Responsible news is waiting for me. This is taking way longer than I thought it would. Mia Fey was dead. From the moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I'd loved had been murdered. The woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my skull in your coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha, good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who slept away their best days, there's only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what are those 2 reasons? First was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would never have died, much less died the way she did. Huh? You're the only one who's there to protect her. You let her die. It was all your fault. Yeah, I've been doing 4 hours here. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. Huh? Do you mean me? You're the only way I can make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how I overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal is to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day the plan was drawing near, I contacted both my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. Especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall on my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But, how do you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master Crane had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was carried out arrived soon enough. I met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me your special staff. I realized then just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Oh, mother. I might have to stop here, actually. I'm actually at the point where, this might actually be... I might have to do, an extra short stream later. Because I'm so close to the end, but I legitimately... I have other plans, and I didn't think this would take this long. But let's see. There's just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. Let's see. I mean, pearls, don't you? I'm just gonna make sure. Did I actually save there? Okay. Make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do this. All this could have been avoided if you just went to Phoenix the second you knew of the plan. Exactly! This could have been so avoided. Yep, flashback. Come to my room, read some books together. I could prevent her by playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She's word and followed me to the inner temple. That's the thing we're most afraid of, and that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. But what do you mean? She channeled the spirit first. Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master Crane, Misty Face Power is supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so Profay wouldn't be able to. Huh. Yeah. Let's go throw a wrench in that plan. What? Is this true? My role plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt my FA. That's why I hid myself in the Inner Temple. Just in case you need to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to you, Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself. Background leading up to the incident has been laid bare. There's one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. My FA? I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick. Please don't. Maya. Here's the whole thing. This is a medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, this man put his life on his line to protect Mia, and me too. Maya, I know that, Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of the crime. Please, Maya, testify. Yep. You're being compelled. Get this test. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. You're ready now. I'm ready now, Nick. Let's hammer this out. The moments before you lost consciousness. What happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. Thought I asked for help, but then it was a spatter with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. So at the moment, there's a horrible scream. Right after that, Dolly collapsed and I lost consciousness. Okay. It's red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. Thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Huh. Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Here's the sad Misty Faye. Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling me the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me. Alright. Cross-examination. Let's get this done. Final cross-examination of the game, folks. This is taking much longer than I thought it would. Okay, this all makes sense. But then there's a horrible scream. Tell me about your scream. What do you mean just at that moment? You mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then was Dolly Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. But what? So then that scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it. I think Dolly Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me. Nope, there's a contradiction there. There has to be. Sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. Makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let her scream, Maya said that she had already been spotted by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of. That weapon could have been used as a weapon here. Okay. If Dolly Hawthorne had been already stabbing back with the staff, what could be used to strike back at the killer? Well, easy. There's a dagger. This dagger was at the scene of the crime. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dolly Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood's already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? It does. Exactly. DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Just say it turned out I was the killer. You really think I'd be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Let's think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There's already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, strip Godot. Yeah, Kakashi would like that. Well, if I were the killer, I would wash the blade off and plant another person's blood on it. But that can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trait. That blood doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. Well, I know that you wouldn't have cleaned the blood off because you wouldn't have seen it. Yes, do that. Please strip Godot. Seems that it's opposite the killer is wounded. Or continue testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I don't know say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. But, Maya... This dagger, you said it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Well, Maya, if he just changed his clothes, that would solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. That's right. And once the bridge was fixed and police cleared for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Oh, fuck. Order in the court. Witnesses is true. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone brought a change of clothes? Did the judge just take smart pills during the last recess? I think he did. Oh, then maybe the killer checked his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's a possible trait. You know how cold it gets up there late at night? A few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah. Huh. So that's all you got. Knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Irk. Right now, me if Faye were here. Me if Faye were here, she would close the book on this case already. Me if Faye were here. So come on, Trey, can you do it or not? How about it, Miss Wright? Here's Mr. Godot being the killer. Can you prove it? You got one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. It's the fact that I have to prove it. It's the only choice I have. I thought that one of the rules of being a lawyer. Yeah, you have to find that contradiction. Let's do it. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Huh. That's good. Fighter... Oh, and the original! The original quartered! A fighter till the bitter end, Trade. Since it's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't you go for an unlimited penalty? Trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? It doesn't matter to me. I have the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You got nothing, Trade. That's what I do at a time like this. Simple. Gotta think outside the box, approach from a different angle. Alright then. Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. It's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. Killer was wounded, as proven by the blood on the dagger, but it's not impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he'd been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What do you say? Hidden? It's at my last stand. Anything about this from a different angle. Don't know anything about why there are no bloodstains on his clothing. They show how he hid the wound. Let's see what you've got. He got wounded in the face. Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer that she was. Isn't that right, Trade? The flash of Mia there. What was that just now? Mia? Yeah, it can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? Do you have a dagger wound under there somewhere? Then I'd say this whole case is solved. Yep. Get fucked, Godot. Oh, his face exploded. Explode your face. We're there. We're here. Take the mask off. Take the mask off. Just now, I saw a spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding your bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. His coughing made him explode. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Cadeau. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find in my heart to forgive was me. You? Yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Mia and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I'd really wanted to save you, there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? Suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even then, I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? And that night in the darkness of the garden when I saw her silhouette. Okay, that's a sick picture too. Part of me must have known the truth. Truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or is it something else? Was my hatred for a woman who'd stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could have been simply a desire for revenge. And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. Finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was chasing illusion, a fantasy. Stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You're the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you're trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Oh god, he's being so wedgy. Ever since I woke up from a coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor. You weren't directly involved in murder. Tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand out my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there's one thing to say. To Mr. Wright. Yep. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? For what? For that case 5 years ago, of course. God damn, I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you, you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You were my sister. You only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? Oh! First time we met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. Next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way, it can't be true. I mean, our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. It wasn't Dahlia? I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. Oh my god, you were dating Iris the whole time. You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. Holy shit. Holy shit, Phoenix. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? So that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. It means she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. Begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. That's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pen back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something as simple as that. 8 months passed and I couldn't get back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about your plans for you that day. It's the first time that ever happened. Yeah, Phoenix Riz here. That was strange. That day you were partners of crime, but she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. If it meant her life or mine. Iris. Even after spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you had changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You're all the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Aww. The Phoenix Riz. Thank you. Well, so you're going to go to jail. She's going to go to jail. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you, though. Right now, this is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial is to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise O'Neill. At some point, I expect you to try for your role as accomplice in this case. Yeah, very well. But on the charge of murder, not guilty. Court is adjourned. We're almost there, folks. Yep. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? Man risked his life to save mine, being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. You did it! Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. Man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. Saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You're as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. But Mia, you accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Yeah. I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled a lot of cases and seen a lot of things. Along this journey, I found myself just asking one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? Suppose today's case would produce one possible answer. Nick. Maya. Guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia on her advice to go what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Youch! Francisca. Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when do you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess someone filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca's actually been helping me. Helping you? These two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial. The defense wouldn't have gone anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? He already fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he lay in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too. Francisca? I don't suppose... Oh no. There's room for me in this group hug. Oh, Larry. What's with the longer than usual face? It was something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never used to anyone, not even once. That's not true. Right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh. Yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted. They were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? But me? Why are you making that face? Huh, Edgy? Yes, indeed. I certainly can't say they lack resemblance. You really mean it? How about you, Francie? Did I draw you well too? Ah! Maybe you can't be possibly captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. God damn it, Larry. Do you want to do it like you promised? You're a model for my next book? Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? Guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting a pearl is pretty darn good if you ask me. Huh? I think mentioned I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? I wish she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I expect you're wondering how Maya could be so cheerful despite all that's happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca? That's right, she recently lost her father fairly recently as well. I can understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one who was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there's one hurt far more deeply than she. But it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry. Someone's hurt more deeply than Maya. I understand too. Ow! And tell me, Phoenix, right? Who's she being strong for? She's doing it for Pearl, because Pearl was tried to be used as an accomplice for murder by her mother as a 9-year-old. Yeah, the reason she worked so hard to follow instructions is because she loved and believed in her mother. It's good for the Fae clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, so she can see her smile again. Oh, hey, so this is where we all were. Oh, looks like a bunch of... Ow! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go for tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. Sally's just sort of kind of down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. Made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah! Very good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said first-class French restaurant, you don't mean... Trip in, where else? I knew it, we're doomed. Let's go, everyone. Crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be eating at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking a lot of time to get back. Still looking for Pearl. Oh Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I she went back home. That's all. I was too, so I called the village. No one's heard from her. This never happened before. She's been badly hurt by the incident. She's responsible for the tragedy that's fallen you, Maya. But now this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? You guys going ahead? But what about you? I and I will. We'll join you once we find Pearl. Don't worry about us. We'll be late, but we'll be there. We'll celebrate to you tonight. We won't miss it for the world. Yeah, we'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting. We won't. Just look. Let's go, Maya. It's one place where I can think she's gone to. God, this ending is taking forever. What's this? Sister Bikini. Thought we matched be alone. So Pearl's is here. She's in training hall. So let's go talk to Pearl. Pearl's not here. Maya. The hanging scroll. Hanging scroll is cleaned. Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be Pearl. There she is. Maya. Pearly. Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Oh. It's family. I swear I'd never trouble the two of you ever again. It's all my fault, Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? So pray for your happiness. Don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm sorry that my mother's gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie to just make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who's there for me. Yeah, my sister, my brother, Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong for all the people who were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Yeah. Sister Bikini, Mother Mystic Missy was a strong woman indeed. I'll tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Korean, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me till the day I die. Aww. Spirit was with her. That's why your mother's so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. Yeah, she'll always be with me till the day I die, huh? There's really something all masters are follow, isn't there? You never take the charm off till the day you die. That's the Master's Talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. That's... a photo? Yeah. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. What makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. Defensive trainers and warriors constantly challenged by that question. Oh, it's Mia and Maya. Even the battle's over and the bonds that connect us are severed. Warriors return time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. That's a cute photo. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. It's day to remember, when a lot of things are finally put to rest. And we should celebrate what we've overcome today. I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. You're gonna make a brand new start, too. We're back for more training, I promise. I won't go easy just because you're the future master. Make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. Yeah, we have a great feast, because training's a battle of endurance. What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine, all. But why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. You can train right beside us. We're waiting for you. Yep, even Nick's getting trained. Gotta do the special course. Yeah. You know, so there's one little thing. Of course you can. Can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. And that's how the story ends, folks. From here, I'm going to go to end. We are done the stream. I'm going to log off right away. I'm not going to be rating anybody because I've got to head out. But thank you guys so much. I'll be seeing you guys again soon-ish. I'm not sure when my next stream will be. Probably next weekend. I haven't decided on a game yet, but I'll let you know when it comes to that point. In the meantime, have a phenomenal rest of your weekend. For